Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Banco Casino Masters final table. This 25th edition of this tournament was really big with over 800 entries. 100,000 euro guaranteed was easily exceeded with the final prize pool of 143,000 euro. This is our final nine, the final table. Alexandre Cholier from France, currently the chip leader with over 90 big blinds. The winner of this tournament will take home almost 24,000 euro. Beautiful prize money with buy-in of just 170. Sixteen players advanced to this final day. One of the biggest names left in the tournament, Andrei Deset, left the tournament just shy of the final table in 10th place. Everybody on this final table is guaranteed at least 1,800 euro, and a ticket to Bounty Hunter event worth 175 euro is also added to all the players on the final table. As we can see, Juriš is very close by with over 70 big blinds, two very big stacks. Cholier started today as chip leader with over 4 million, and he was able to double his already massive chip stack. Some final words from the tournament director, and the play will be underway shortly. This tournament really signifies the big return of tournament poker to Banco Casino Bratislava with over 800 entries. It really feels like good old times before COVID. Four players have stacked under 15 big blinds, which might make things very interesting. I expect a lot of waiting around for pay jumps between those guys. Obviously, every pay jump really counts at this point. And chip distribution on this final table is kind of interesting, with 2 massive stack, 4 short stacks, and the other 3 players between 20 and 30 bigs. Really great spot for the chip leader. Those middle stacks really cannot make any mistakes at this point. And Cholier should be able to put a lot of pressure on them. And here we go, finally the play is underway. Here are the chip counts once again. Juriš and Cholier, the 2 biggest stacks. Brimus, one of the shortest stacks, with 1.3 million, blinds at 50,000 and 100,000 with big blind NT. Nearer will fold. Ješko with queen 10 suited in the cutoff, but as I said, those middle stacks should be playing really tight at this point. Wait out the shorter stacks, make some pay jumps, but obviously queen 10 suited, very playable hand in late position. Set up with jack 9 of suit in the big blind, will defend. Gut shot for Jesko. Nothing at all for Cerep. Pretty good flop for c-bet, and Ježko will take it down. With bet of 350,000. Pretty big bet. Obviously, we should see some pre-flop all-in action pretty soon from the short stacks. Ace-9 suited for Schnierer, but it's from early position. But looks like he will play. I think folding here is also an option given the chip distribution. Pocket sevens for Nemeth. Nemeth is the shortest stack, and he decided to just call with his pocket sevens. I really don't like this play. He just invested pretty big part of his stack, and he will not like most of the flops. This one is pretty good for him, just one overcard. But Schnierer with the flush draw will obviously not be folding, and now Nemeth will have a lot of trouble continuing in this spot, given his chip stack. It's tough to call here and decide on the turn. And Nemeth folds right away. He is down to 10 big blinds exactly. Ace-deuce offsuit for Benedict under the gun. Not good enough on this position. Cholier with queen-jack offsuit in the hijack position, so we will finally see how the chip leader plays. I imagine he is pretty aggressive, given the fact he accumulated this massive stack. He raises to 260. I would expect him to make smaller raises, given the fact there are so many short stacks behind him. But Juriš was on the big blind this hand, so maybe that's why he didn't want to make it too cheap for the second biggest stack. Series of folds. Cherub with ace-5 offsuit in the cutoff will fold. Exactly as I said, very tight play, but I think it very well might be the correct play. Irish on the small blind with queen 7 can easily push all in. Big blind has around 11 or 12 big blinds, I believe. So queen 7 certainly good enough for all in. There we go, and Benadic cannot call with jack 6 offsuit. Pay jump between 9th and 8th place is €1,000. So that's obviously something everybody's thinking about right now. Let's see how aggressive Urish is with queen 5 offsuit on the button. Certainly not a mandatory open, but I think with his stack it's a good play to be opening really wide. But he will run into pocket aces of Benadic. And Benadic is down to 9 big blinds. Urish made it 2.5, so he might be even priced in to call the all-in. A little bit of Hollywood from Benadic. Trying to convince his opponent that he has tough decision. And there is the all-in. And Urish quickly folds. Obviously Benadic wanted a call here, but even the 3-bet shove is really important for him. He's up to 1.4 million and every chip counts. And there are 4 stacks under 15 bigs. It's very nice to pick this spot up. Cholier will be playing under the gun +1 with mystery holding, but I imagine he's opening pretty wide even from this position. But once again, big raise, 280,000. Obviously the bigger raise will have higher success rate, but Cholier makes it, in my opinion, too expensive for him. If some of the shorter stacks finds a hand and pushes all in, I think that raising 2 big blinds here will have pretty much the same effect as 2.8. Pocket sixes for Nemeth, all in this time. Obviously hoping to take down the blinds and antes. Irish with pocket threes. I don't see him calling. It's a shove from early position. No need to call light. And Tishko might have a decision. Ace-9 suited. Definitely callable hand. But if I'm in Ješko's shoes, I would be folding as well. Losing call-in for 1 million would be really damaging for his stack, and correct tournament strategy dictates that he should just be playing really tight, not do anything crazy. And that's exactly what he is doing. Pocket tens for Irish. Raise to 255. Cholier is on the big blind. So Irish doesn't want this spot to get out of hand. Cholier should be defending with suited queen. He could even re-raise some percentage of time with suited queen. But call is definitely the best option in my opinion. Great flop for Cholier. Queen high flush draw, 2 overcards for Irish. I don't think he will be c-betting. But I'm wrong. Irish is reaching for chips. Small bet of 165. Just a little bit of protection for his pocket tens. But Cholier will not be folding. Let's see if he goes with a call or if he wants to get aggressive with his draw. Given the small sizing, obviously calling here is great option. Very good pot odds for Cholier. But I like the fact that he's going to re-raise. Irish would be in a really tough spot with strong jack, even a weak ace. He really doesn't want to play a big pot against chip leader. So I think this is really well played from Cholier. Very strong hand for Juriš once again, ace king of suit. And Benedict might give him some action, but it's in early positions. I'm not sure if Benedict will go all in here. Tough spot, very close one. I think ace jack of suit would definitely be all in. He decided to fold. Let's see if Juriš gets any action. And he will not. Both blinds fold it, and we will go to the next hand. Juriš pretty much where he started his final table, around 7 million. As expected, very tight, careful play so far. It looks like everybody is aware of the ICM pressures in this stage of tournament. Pocket deuces under the gun for Brimus with 10 big blinds. Once again, pretty close. He will fold. I think he would be shoving probably pocket fours or better. Deuces, I think, is correctly down. Ace-3 suited for Schneider. He might play under the gun +3. Yeah. I wouldn't blame him if he folded, but I think it's playable hand. Sorry, Ježko definitely with the toughest seat on the table, with chip leader directly to his left. He should be opening really tight if Cholier is capable of putting pressure on him with light 3 bets, but he gets this one through with king 9 suited. Ace on the cutoff for Cholier, automatic open. Brimus with 7-8 offsuit will not be defending on the big blind for 280,000. Maybe if it was a min race. And Brimus really needs to find some hand to push all in with. He's down to 8 big blinds. As we can see, Cholier over 10 million now, putting some distance between himself and Juriš. And not much else changed since the start of the final table. Still 4 short stacks. Brimus, the shortest of them all. Ježko will play once again with King Queen of suit. It looks like there will be no action. Only Juriš on the big blind, but 8-4 of suit, not good enough to call. So Ježko once again takes the blinds and antes, keeping himself over 3 million. Another weak ace for Schnierer. Goes into the muck. Suited ace for the chip leader. Looks like Nemeth might be interested. Ace-4, not good enough for him. But Brimus with pocket 5s on the button, I think, might play. Obviously, not a great spot. He has 0 fault equity. But he will push all in, knowing that Cholier will be opening really wide. And we will have our first all-in and call on this final table. Obviously Cholier will not be folding after investing 300,000 for additional 470. I'm surprised he didn't call it yet. There is simply no way to fold. And there we go. So traditional coin flip will decide the destiny of Brimus. And ace in the window, but 5 on the flop. And it looks like Brimus will be doubling up. Great flop for him, but gut shot for Cholier. This would be really ugly. Only 3 sevens in the deck. 10 of clubs, safe card for Brimus, and he will double up to 1.8 million. Really important pot for him. Now he has room to play, room to wait for some stronger hands. And most importantly, he can wait for the other short stacks to bust. So still 9-handed in the Banco Casino Masters final table. This tournament has great tradition in Banco Casino Bratislava. This is 25th edition. The guarantee is always the same, 100,000 euro, but it's almost always exceeded, as it is today, with prize pool of 143,000 euro. Blinds increased to 60,000, 120,000, and Cholier still playing very aggressive with King 8 of suit under the gun +2. Cherep with Ace 10 will fold. And Benadic with tough decision. King Queen in the small blind. 10 big blinds. But Cholier is opening from early position. But I think everybody on this table knows that Cholier will be opening very, very wide. So King Queen might be strong enough for Benadic to go all in. I don't think there is any other option than all in or fold. Calling for 300,000, hoping to hit the flop, would be foolish. And Benadic decides to fold. But Schnierer should play with 9-10 suited from the big blind. Beautiful hand for a defend. But not a great flop for Knight 10 of hearts, only a gut shot for Schnierer. Cholier on the other hand with top pair and backdoor spades. He might check back this type of hand, but obviously continuation bet is the more straightforward option, the safer option. $225 is the bet, and I don't think that Schnierer will be continuing here with the gut shot. Maybe if there were backdoor hearts as well, but I don't think he will be calling or raising on this flop. And there is the fold, and Cholier once again over 10 million. So even with losing the coin flip, the other hand still increasing his chip stack, still chipping away at the other players. Pocket nines for Nemeth, easy all in. Let's see if he gets any action. Only blinds are left. Schnierer will not be calling. And Muller with the nut low. Important chips for Nemeth. Very nice to pick up some good hands. Now Muller, the shortest stack with just 900,000. Muller pretty carded since the start of the final table. Ace king of suit for the chip leader. Nice life. Obviously nobody will give him credit for strong hand, since he's opening so many hands. Nemeth folds with queen jack. Oh, and pocket aces for Benadic. Second time on this final table, but this time the reward will be much bigger. This is a dream spot for any poker player on final table. Pocket aces versus ace king of suit. Benadic all but guaranteed double up here. There's the all-in, and we will see very quick call from Alexander Cholier. And there we go. Very tough cooler for Cholier. Benadic in great shape to double up. Backdoor spades for Cholier. But 6 on the turn gives Benadic the check mark. He will double up to 2.6 million. Just what he needed. Cholier still over 9 million, but mentally it might be tough for him, doubling up 2 short stacks in pretty short time. Might put him on a tilt a little bit. There is an invitation for upcoming tournaments in Banco Casino Bratislava. Bounty Hunter Days. 100,000 euro guaranteed knockout tournament. With buy-in of 170, similar to this tournament. And of course in September, the festival with main event for 550 euro with guaranteed 300,000 euro prize pool. So some really good stuff coming up in Banco Casino Bratislava. Muller down to 7 big blinds, Nemeth with 10 big blinds. But then it's pretty close. Ješko in third place with 24. But obviously Juriš and Cholier still way ahead. Pocket eights for Nemeth, once again, easy all in, even under the gun. What it looks like he might just raise. No, there is the all in. And Ješko will probably call with ace queen suited. I think he has to call here. Not something to be too happy about, but ace queen suited definitely strong enough to call. Nemeth doesn't like it. He will be flipping for his tournament life. Very important pot for Ježko as well. He would be down to 1.7 if he lost this one. 2 aces on the flop and only 1 out left for Nemeth in the deck. 1-8 was folded, and even the last 8 would not help him now. Full house for Ježko. And Nemeth will be the 9th player out with payout of 1,852 euros and additional ticket for Bounty Hunter event worth 175, so almost 2,000 altogether for Nemeth, but definitely a disappointment after 2 short stacks doubled up. It always sucks to be the first one out from the final table. Everybody is guaranteed almost 3,000 euros right now for the 8th place. Great start for Ježko. He was able to pick up some small pots before winning the all-in. And now he is one of the biggest stacks. Pocket nines for Juriš. And once again, ace queen for Ježko. Very similar hands to the last hand, but I don't think that Ježko will be re-raising here. There are only 2 stacks covering him right now, so it wouldn't be very wise to inflate this pot against one of them. So just a call by Ježko. Cholier was thinking about squeezing. I think it would be a really beautiful play. Both Ježko and Juriš certainly don't want to play a big pot against him. Very good flop for Juriš, only 1 overcard for his pocket nines. But he goes with a check. Ježko checks back, and there's the queen. Juriš now with a flush draw. I'm not sure why Juriš decided to check. Now Ježko with top pair top kicker obviously wants to put some money in the pot. He will go roughly for half of the pot. And Juriš quickly folds. So another nice pot for Ježko, really closing the distance between himself and Juriš. Irish opening with king queen of suit under the gun, and Tieško will play with queen 9 of suit. This is a very loose call, in my opinion, but Tieško is riding the wave, but this kind of hand might get him in trouble against under the gun open. Solid flop for Ježko, double gut shot. 7 or a jack would give him a straight. And once again, pretty bad flop for Juriš. No help for his king queen. He will bet this time, and Ježko will not be going anywhere. Tough final table so far for Juriš. I don't think he won a hand so far. And I don't think he will win this one, because Ježko will be calling, and if Juriš doesn't improve on the turn, it will be very hard for him to fire a second barrel. But Ježko surprised me, and he went for a raise, 800,000. Very aggressive play. I expected him to just call. And Ježko might even jumped over Juriš in the overall standings. They will be pretty close. Very loose open by Cholier with queen 4 of suit, but he haven't played in a long time, so he decided to go with it with queen 4 of suit. Cherub, ace jack on the button. He could definitely push all in, but decided to call. With 20 big blinds. Juriš folds, so heads up to the flop. Top pair, top kicker for Cherub. Best flop he could be hoping for. Let's see if Cholier continues with his aggression. Nothing at all for him on this flop, other than backdoor straights. If I am Cherub here, I would be raising, hoping to get it in. Top pair, top kicker, obviously very strong hand, but there are some ugly turns. Ten of hearts isn't the worst turn, but I'm sure the Cherub doesn't like it. Cholier finally gives up. 3 of diamonds, completing the flush draw. Cholier might bluff, hoping to get falls from king queen, ace queen, maybe some pocket pairs. I don't think that Jack is ever folding on this texture. Cholier goes for the bluff. Looks like 550,000, but Cherep with a quick call will take down a very nice spot of 2.6 million, and Cholier takes another hit. He was over 10 million just a few hands before, now down to 7.6. The chip distribution on this final table is slowly changing, flattening up. The two chip leaders were really far ahead, but now not so much. Pocket for Ježko. Ježko pretty much doubled up his stack since the start of the final table. Benadic with very nice hand for a defend, Jack 8 suited, great post-flop playability. Terrible flop for both players. Let's see if Ježko continues. He does for 225, and that should be the end of it. So another pot for Ježko. He is up to 6.3 million. He started the final table, I believe, with 2.7, and he won every single pot he decided to play so far. Brimus folds, a3 offsuit in the cutoff. Now you raise with 5-5. Looks like he wants to raise his button, but 4-5 offsuit is really bad. He does fold. Benadic with ace-5 offsuit. Under 20 big blinds. It is certainly profitable to just go all in. I don't know how much exactly does the big blind have, but we can see it's even less than Benadic, so I think all in is the best option here. And Benadic disagrees and raises to 300,000. But as we can see, it will not matter. Schnierer with a jack deuce offsuit cannot play. Muller down to 7 big blinds, and he will be on the big blind, paying the big blind ante as well, so 240,000 from his stack will go to the middle, so pretty tough going for him so far. Very carded, slowly bleeding chips, and if he doesn't find any hand right now, he will be down to 5 bigs. Complete garbage on the button for Benadic, so blind versus blind. Schnierer with jack 7 offsuit, I think strong enough to go all in for the 6 big blinds. There's the all in, and Muller queen 4 suited. He will probably fold, but I think it's not as far from a call as it might look. Suited queen has a lot of value against Schnierer's range, which will be very, very wide. But obviously calling off your tournament life with queen 4 isn't the greatest feeling. Muller is considering it, but he will fold. Down to only 5 big blinds. Really needs to pick up some hand this orbit. He cannot play the blinds the next round and fold, so he will be looking for any opportunity to push it in. Folds all around, and Schnierer on the button will not be playing with 7 high. So once again, blind versus blind, and this is just brutal for Muller. He finally had a good spot to shove pretty much anything, but he was dealt 3-4 offsuit. Not much he can do here. And you can see the frustration on his face. Understandably so. Once again, complete trash for Muller, but complete trash all around, and it will be a walk for Cholier. Muller once again with the option to open shove, and now finally he has the hand to do it. And Cholier will probably call. King Queen certainly strong enough against under 5 big blinds shove from the cutoff. So call from Cholier. He already doubled up 2 short stacks. Now he might double up Muller as well. Muller is ahead, but not by much. 60-40. King on the flop puts Cholier in big lead. Backdoor hearts for Muller. Five of clubs doesn't help. Only 3 aces can save Muller in this tournament. 6 of hearts. Muller is out. 8th place. He will take home 2,850 euros for his trouble, but he will certainly be very frustrated with this final table. He was completely carded. Finally managed to get it in with the best hand, but it was no use. He didn't win a single pot on this final table, but that's just how it goes sometimes in tournament poker. Very unfortunate for him. Cholier once again over 70 big blinds. Brimus now the shortest stack with 1.5 million. Pocket kings for Benadík. He was dealt pocket aces twice already on this final table. Now with the kings, let's see if he gets any action. Brimus with pocket deuces in the big blind. Might defend, might even push, but that would be really loose. I think folding is probably the best option. So no double up this time for Benadík. Another big pocket pair, this time from Schnierer. He is under 20 big blinds, so he would be happy to get it in with pocket jacks. Oh, I take back what I said, he will not be happy about this one. Schollier with pocket aces, this is just a terrible cooler for Schnierer. I don't see a way he can get away from this one. Schollier was very active as a chip leader this entire final table, so re-raise from him isn't all that scary with pocket jacks. Very tiny re-raise from Schollier might give Schnierer the option of just calling and deciding what to do after the flop. But I certainly wouldn't blame him if he just goes all in right here. Crucial decision for Schnierer. Very tough spot, but I don't think that he can fold, that's for sure. The only way he might get away is calling and folding if ace or king comes. He announced all in. There is the call, and Schnierer will get the bad news that he has two outs. Schollier was on the bad side of a cooler with ace king versus aces, now in a great spot to win, massive pot, 4.7 million in the middle. No help for pocket jacks. Only one jack is left in the deck. Schnierer hoping to see 8 or queen on the turn to give him some more outs. There is a queen, now open-ended. 7 more outs. But 4 of clubs isn't one of them, and Schnierer is out of the tournament in 7th place. After a horrendous cooler, he will take home 3.9 thousand euros and a ticket for Bounty Hunter event. So payouts are getting really nice for those players. 4,000 euros for 7th place with the buy-in of 170. Brimus certainly happy about this development with his 10 big blinds. It's very nice to get the additional pay jump before you are forced to go all in yourself. And Schollier once again with massive chip lead over 11 million. Ježko with Queen 9 of suit will raise under the gun. Benadic with 10-6 suited should be defending pretty much any suited hand, in my opinion. So heads up to the flop. Ježko once again under the gun, Queen 9 of suit. We saw him flat calling with Queen 9 of suit. It might be his favorite hand or something like that. Both players missed this flop, so Ježko, as the original aggressor, will probably be continuing here. Good flop for him to represent from under the gun. Košice weekend, traditional tournament in eastern Slovakia, 10,000 guaranteed with buy-in of 90 euro. So if Bratislava is too far for you, maybe Košice will be more your speed. Brimus just waiting to get some hand to get it in, but he is not able to. Juriš, 8-9 of suit, he falls on the button. 10-7 of suit for Benadic, around 20 big blinds. I think calling here is just fine. But Benadic decided to fold. Ježko rakes in another small pot and he's almost up to 7 million. Finally, ace-9 of suit for Brimus. Easy shove, and there he goes, all in for 1.2 million. Obviously not hoping for a call, but great hand to go all in with. Ježko might be calling. This is pretty close. Brimus might look pretty tight to the rest of the table because he pretty much didn't play any hand on this final table, but it was pretty much just a card distribution issue. I think that King Queen of suit generally is ahead of Brimus's range here, and Ježko agrees. He does call for 1.2. And once again, Ace X versus King Queen. Last time King Queen won this battle, but now Brimus still ahead with his ace high. No help for Ježko. Backdoor diamonds. 9. Doesn't change anything, only King or Queen will eliminate Brimus. And 7 of diamonds seals the deal. Brimus patiently waited and was rewarded with a double up to 2.7 million. Very, very important. He will be over 20 big blinds. Pocket ace for Benedict. I think that under 20 big blinds going all in is not a bad option at all. But Benedict goes for 250,000 raise. Benedict and Brimus very close in chips, around 20 big blinds. Everybody on this table right now is guaranteed 5,000 euros. Great payday for anybody, but obviously everyone is hoping for the first place prize of almost 24,000. Benedict trying to steal the blinds with King 8 suited. And it looks like Cholier might get aggressive here. 3-bet with Jack 8 offsuit. Very, very small 3-bet. I'm not even sure if this is allowed. It should be 370 minimum, I believe. Very strange sizing. Not giving Benedict any option but call with pretty much any hand he has. Giving him amazing pot odds. So I'm expecting to see a call from Benedict. Okay, so it was a mistake in graphics. The raise is 380,000, but still almost the minimum raise. I really don't like this sizing at all. I like the idea of 3-betting, but this sizing will accomplish nothing. But this is a great flop for Cholier. I'm surprised to see him check it back. I think that this flop was pretty much automatic continuation bet. And now things will get more complicated for Alexander Cholier. Benadic hits the king. And he will bet it for 275 and Cholier folds, so nice spot for Benadic. Very strange play from the chip leader. He could have easily won this spot with small bet on the flop. Even 10 to 15% of the pot would be enough. This is the kind of flop where if your opponent doesn't hit the ace or flush draw, he simply cannot continue in a 3-bet pot. Cholier once again with pretty loose open, king 5 of suit, Irish with the weak ace on the big blind, will probably be calling. Backdoor hearts for Irish. Nothing at all for Cholier. But he was continuation betting these sorts of flops, but now he checks, picks up open-ended straight draw on the turn, and that should be enough for him to win this spot, in my opinion. Irish with the gut shot, but I don't think this is good enough of a hand to bet. Queen on the turn generally favors Cholier as the original raiser. And Irish will check. Now Cholier has to bet, and that will be the end of it. And it looks like the players will take a break, probably the end of the level. Let's see. Looks like everybody else already left the table, while Cholier is stacking his chips. Yep, and he's leaving as well, so we will take a short break, and we will be right back after that. And we are back. 6 players left in Banco Casino Masters in Banco Casino Bratislava. 24,000 euro for the winner. We are playing with new blinds, 80,000, 160,000. Alexander Chorlier from France, still our chip leader with over 10 million. Currently raising with Jack 9 of suit. Benedict with Queen 8 suited from the big blind. Very good hand for defend. But he is facing rather large raise, 2.5 times the big blind. But still, the pots are very good, and suited queen has a lot of value. Oh, Benedict wasn't thinking about calling, he was thinking about 3-betting. Very aggressive. 3-bet to 950. Pretty gutsy play with his stack, but it will work this time. Chorlier has to fold with Jack 9 of suit. Exact same hand for Benedict once again. Chorlier now with pocket sixes returns the favor of re-raising. I would like him to see just go all in if he wants to 3-bet. But 3-bet of 1 million will probably get the job done as well. Ace Jack of suit for Brimus. With 15 big blinds, certainly all in was an option, but Brimus raises to 325. Cherub might defend with suited 10-5. But he opted to fold, so Brimus will take the blind 10 and tees. But still, shortest stack on the table. Queen jack suited for Juriš. He will certainly play this one. Juriš is running pretty bad on this final table. I think he lost almost every hand he decided to play. And he lost 2.5 million chips as a result. Cholier with a good spot for a 3-bet. Looks like he is considering it. I don't think he is thinking about calling with ace-4 suit. I think it's fold or 3-bet. But I would like to see him raise with a bigger sizing than he did with the jack-8 offsuit. And it looks like he counted about 900,000. That's about right. $9.25. Brimus, after this section, will have to fold ace-10 offsuit. And once again, a very tough spot for Juriš. A very nice hand, queen jack suited, but facing a 3-bet. His stack is getting pretty uncomfortable. I think he should probably just fold. But queen jack suited obviously has great post-flop playability, so he might decide to call. Wow, or he might decide to go all in. Very, very gutsy play from Juriš. Very good read. And very nice spot. Well done, Mr. Juriš. Once again, very good spot for a 3-bet. With queen 9 suited, cutoff versus hijack, but Cholier lets it go. Brimus with king jack. 15 big blinds. I think 3-bet shoving is pretty good option. But Brimus calls. Now Juriš with suited hand and very good pot odds might join the action. So 3 players to the flop. Queen high flop it is. Great flop for Ježko. So he might think, but Juriš with trip 3s. This might get pretty expensive for Ježko. Let's see how Juriš plays this one. I don't think he needs to check raise. This flop is really safe for his hand. I think he should just trap and hope his opponent continues to bet. And Brimus gets out of the way, and now it's up to Juriš. Pretty small bet from Ježko of 250,000. Juriš calls. Ace on the turn. Might slow Ježko down. It is kind of unlikely for Juriš to have an ace here, but not impossible at all. So I expect Ježko to check back. So check on the turn. Now 7 of spades, complete break on the river. Now Juriš has to bet and hope he gets called by a queen or some sort of an ace. I wouldn't go too big with the sizing. And it looks like Ježko already called. The bet was 695 and Ježko quickly called with his queen. Very nice spot for Juriš. He is once again over 7 million, very close to Ježko. Very important pot. And it looks like the break changed the momentum for Juriš. And again we have 3 big stacks and 3 short stacks, pretty much. Pocket deuces for Ježko, action to Juriš. He folds and Benadic will fold as well. Here are the chip counts, as I said, 3 big stacks, pretty close to each other, and then 3 stacks under 20 big blinds, except from Benadic, but it's very close. Brimus still the short stack, even after doubling up, not so long ago. 6-handed play is very fast and the chips just disappear if you don't play a hand. So Brimus will have to find spots to push it in very soon. The big blind ante stays the same, the entire final table. So it effectively gets bigger. It's same 9-handed or in heads up, so the percentage gets bigger. Jack 8 suited, very nice end on the button. Juriš will be raising. Oh, Yeshko is getting aggressive with 9 suited, 3 bet to 1 million. I like the idea, but the hand selection is obviously pretty courageous. 9 suited. You really want to have some sort of a blocker when 3 betting here. Something like king deuce works so much better for 3 betting. Yuri showed that he is not afraid of the 3 bets with the queen jack suited, so let's see how he proceeds now with jack 8 suited. Definitely calling is not a bad option. Jack 8 suited, pretty nice post flop hand. The 3 bet isn't all that big. Almost 3 to 1 pot odds. But Yurish will let it go. He does not want to play a big pot with marginal hand, which is very understandable. And Teshko is certainly happy that he got it through with 9 deuce. Looks like all the players came back from the break very refreshed. A lot more 3 betting right off the bat. Raise from Benadic on the button. Cholier with king 6 of suit. Certainly a playable hand. Button versus big blind. Good flop for Benadic. He hits the 8 and it's pretty unlikely for Cholier to have an ace. Given the fact that this hand is 20 big blinds deep, button versus big blind. Lots of the aces Cholier might have would be all in pre-flop, so Benadic will feel pretty good about this 8 here. So Benadic up to 4 million. 25 big blinds. Every pot is important in this stack size. Ace jack this time from Benadic. Raise to 350. Chalier will not be playing. What about Chereb? Chereb hasn't played the hand in a while. He might play this one. Ace 8 offsuit. Under 20 big blinds. 3-bet shoving isn't out of question. Chereb goes for a call. Ace would be a lot of trouble for him. But there is no ace. Jack high flop for Benadic. Chereb has backdoor clubs and a gut shot, but I don't think it will be enough to keep him in the hand. Benadic will be betting for sure, and I think he should be betting pretty big on this kind of flop. Lots of draws out there. $460,000 is the bet from Benadic, and Chereb will have to fold. Ace 4 suited for Ježko in the cutoff position. Ježko very aggressive so far, and it's going very well for him. He almost tripled his stack since the start of this final table. Brimus will not defend with 5-6 suited. I would certainly like to see a flop with this kind of hand. Walk for Urish with ace jack of suit. He was certainly hoping for some action. He would definitely welcome blind versus blind all-in from Brimus. Now ace jack for Brimus, great spot for him. Clear all in for 1.8 million. Juriš cannot call. And Benadic will be folding as well. Brimus will collect blinds and antes, which is nice for him, but with ace jack he was probably hoping for a double up. Very strong hand, six-handed. Fold it all the way to Juriš. A6 offsuit on the button, mandatory open. Ježko with jack-8 offsuit. I think this is good enough to defend the big blind. Middle pair for Ježko. Nothing at all for Juriš. Pretty bad flop for him. And he will probably put more money in this spot. Understandable continuation bet here. But it will probably be one and done. I don't see him double barreling pretty much on any turn. Once he gets called here, he knows that he lost. Ježko with only one option, and that is calling, hoping to get to showdown as cheaply as possible with his weak middle pair. King on the turn, and that should be it. Terrible card for Juriš to continue on. He still has some marginal showdown value. With his ace high, he can win against queen 10, maybe queen 9. 5 of hearts on the river. I don't think Ježko will be betting, but I'm wrong. Ježko wants to get some value from his jack-8. Pretty ambitious. And Ježko slowly but surely catching up to Cholier, up to 9.5 million. Dream final table for him so far. Pretty much everything went well for him. And he did overtake Alexander Cholier. Folded to Urish, pocket fives. He will certainly play this one. Raise to 340,000, but Benadiek with ace queen. I'm not sure how I would play ace queen in this spot. It's a little bit too much to push all in my opinion. I'm not sure if I want to 3-bet call ace queen. I definitely don't want to 3-bet fold. So I might just flat call here, play post flop in position. But Benadiek 3-bets to 990,000. Probably with plan of calling an all-in. I cannot imagine he wants to 3-bet fold ace queen. And we might see an all-in my opinion. Pocket fives. Cutoff versus button. Urish already 4-bet shoved, queen jack suited. But it was against Jolier, who was much more aggressive than Benadiek, so Urish might give Benadiek much more credit in his 3-bet. But still, pocket fives, pretty good hand for a 4-bet shove. They are certainly not deep enough to set mine here with pocket fives, so I think it's all in or fold. Urish certainly considering the 4-bet shove. He asked his opponent for a chip count, but it's not easy to pull the trigger. Wow, there he goes. All in from Urish. Another 4-bet shove from this player. He is certainly not afraid to put his chips in the middle, and now Benadiek with the decision. That's exactly what I was talking about. It really doesn't feel right to be 3-bet calling with ace queen, but 3-bet folding is so much worse. That's why I would probably just call pre-flop, but I think if you go with the 3-bet, you probably have to call. But Benadiek certainly doesn't like this situation. But I think he will come to the same decision that he has to call. Urish will be shoving pretty wide, as we can see, even with pocket fives. But I think lots of suited aces will be in his range as well. A lot of pocket pairs, and even maybe some Broadway connectors. I think Benadiek has to go with it. But I really think he should consider this before he put out a 3-bet. It's not like it's a big surprise that 4-bet shove is an option. You need to know why you are 3-betting, and there it is. There's the call. Urish will be very happy that it's a flip. Obviously he was hoping for a fold, but flip is the second best option. And this is a huge flip. 9 million in the middle. If Juriš can win this one, he will be a chip leader. But there's the queen for Benadic. Terrible news for Juriš. Only 2 outs in the deck can save him. Four doesn't help Juriš, and Benadic secures huge double up to 9 million. I think Juriš played his hand very well. I think shoving is the correct option for him. But unluckily for him, he ran into real hand and he could not win a flip. And Juriš, who started second in chips with over 7 million, is now down to 2.2, and he will be one of the shortest stacks at the table. Very tough going for him. Everybody's guaranteed almost 5,000 euros. Pay jump of almost 1,500 between 6th and 5th place, but everybody is eyeing up the first place prize of almost 24,000 euro. Jesko is currently closest to it with the chip lead, but Alexander Cholier is close by. King 6 suited for Benadic. He might want to enjoy his newly found chips. Cherub will defend with 8-9 of suit. No help for him on this flop, so Benadic will probably take this one down with a c-bet. 8-9 suited for Benedict under the gun. Benedict is on a roll. Very close to chip lead. He started the final table as one of the bottom 3 stacks, I believe. So, great final table for him. Cherub on the other hand, very carded, same as Bremus. Urish with Jack 7 of hearts will not defend. I'm surprised to see that. Jack 9 of suit for Ježko under the gun. Pretty much all 3 players at the top have the same stack. Between 9 and 9.5 million. Bremus finally with premium hand, pocket tens. He will be going all in. But he will not get called. Bremus certainly hoping for a double over, but 3-bet shoving successfully is nice as well. He moves up to almost 3 million, close to 20 big blinds. Bremus folds an ace, ace deuce of suit. Now Urish with option to steal the blinds from the button with queen 8 of suit. Not good enough to go all in, and raise folding I think is no longer an option for him with under 12 big blinds. Ace queen of suit on the button. Benedict with the chip lead, I believe, in this hand, but unfortunately for him, other 2 big stacks are directly to his left, so he will be forced to play against them quite a lot. Jolier with 10-3 suited will not defend. And Benadic is up to 10 million for the first time. Now it's a waiting game between those three short stacks. Obviously every pay jump matters at this stage of the final table. The difference between 6th place and 4th place is 3,000 euros. So just waiting for a bit for somebody else to bust is very valuable. Irish folds with king 9. Ješko with queen 9 of suit will be playing from the button. Irish moves all in with 6-7 suited under the gun. And he will be once again crushed by Benadic with pocket kings. Very unfortunate for him. Benadic has been dealt aces twice on this final table, and this is second time he has pocket kings. So he certainly cannot complain with the discard distribution. He puts in a small raise with his pocket kings, but it doesn't matter. Everybody else folds, and Irish gets the bad news. But 6-7 suited is the kind of hand that can suck out on kings. Let's see if Irish gets any help on the flop. Well, 4 was a good start, but the rest of the flop didn't help. Irish needs backdoor straight outs. 5 would be the best option for him. There's the 5, now open-ended. This would be a huge suck out for Benadic. And there it is, 8 on the river. Irish hits the miracle backdoor straight to keep himself in the tournament. This is really hard for Benadic. 4 million was in the pot. Very unlucky. So Irish will stay in the tournament with 4 million. Here's the updated chip count. Benadic still in second place with 8.5, so still a great position for him, but obviously he would very much like to win this spot against 2 undercards. Cherep currently the short stack, but Bremus isn't doing that much better. Ace-9 suited for Eshko. Jurish with Queen-6 offsuit will probably not be defending. Polish Poker Cup in Banco Casino Bratislava at the end of August. 150,000 euro guaranteed with 100 euro buy-in, but Bounty Hunter Days is the sooner option. Similar tournament to this one, except it's a bounty buy-in of 170, guaranteed of 100,000 euro. Ješko opening up with King-9 suited, and Choliar folds King-Queen offsuit. That's very interesting choice. Ace-10 suited for Bremus. Easy all in, and he might get called. Benedict with pocket sevens, but the all in is pretty big. I'm not sure if Benedict wants to gamble with pocket sevens. It's certainly very close. Nines would certainly be a call. Pocket eights probably as well. I think sevens are right on the edge for this size. I think we are still playing 80,000, 160,000 blinds. So it's a little over 15 bigs. It looks like Benedict wants to call. He still has Ješko behind him to worry about, and he does fold. So Bremus once again takes down the blinds and 10Ts. He's up to almost 3 million. Certainly happy to take this one down. rather than flip versus pocket sevens. Now Cherep finally with a hand to push it in. Ace-5 of suit. No takers so far. Ježko with pocket threes. It looks like now the blinds increase to 100 and 200,000. So this all-in is 7.5 big blinds. Scholier asking for a count, but I don't think he will be calling with Jack-10 of suit. Here are the updated chip counts on the new level. 3 players, 120 big blinds. Cherep still the shortest stack, even after this all-in. Pretty long 6-handed play. The first 3 eliminations came pretty fast. Aces once again for Benadic, third time. Oh, and Ježko with pocket jacks, this is terrible. Water cooler, button versus cutoff. In 6-handed play, aces versus jacks, this might get ugly. Ježko will definitely be re-raising. He 3-bets to 1.1 million. I think the best play from Benadic would be just calling here. 4-bet is really strong, but I wouldn't blame him if he wanted to put more money in the middle before the flop. But I think calling is the best option by far. It's kind of awkward stack size for betting. For betting anything else than all-in looks way too strong, but all-in is too big in my opinion. So that's why I would probably just call. Even if you get additional c-bet from your opponent and nothing else, it's pretty significant amount. But Benadic goes for the 4-bet, it looks like 2.5 million. .2. As I said, this looks very, very strong. I cannot imagine that Benadic would be 4-betting Clyde here for this sizing all that much. But still, obviously pocket jacks are very strong hand. And there's the all-in and there's the call. Biggest spot of this final table so far. And Benadic in amazing spot to double up to a huge chip lead. 17 million is the pot. Cut shot for Ježko. Benadiek already suffered huge suck out with his pocket kings against 5-6 suited. Let's see if he can hold this time. 5 outs for Ježko. 9 doesn't change anything. And there's the 10. Wow. Another straight against Benadiek. What a suck out. What a suck out. This one hurts to even watch. Very unlucky. Very unlucky. 2 terrible suck outs, but this one obviously so much more important. 17 million would be absolutely massive chip lead and great chance to take down the tournament. Wow. This hurts. Tomáš Benadiek, very unfortunate. He goes home in 6th place. He takes down 5,000 euro, which is a very nice payday, but obviously now there is no way he is happy about it. We saw him storm out of the tournament area. Wow, this really hurts. 2 suckouts on the river at this stage of the tournament. So 5 players left in Banco Casino Masters. And Ježko now with a commanding chip lead. Petr Ježko will be attacking the 20 million mark. What's even more terrible for Benadiek is that there are 3 short stacks on the table. So if this hand happened maybe half an hour later, he would be taking home much more money. Now Brimus with ace king. He will be moving in. I don't think Juriš will be calling with king queen, but let's see. King queen certainly a very strong hand, 5-handed. But Brimus was pretty tight this entire final table. And obviously there is ICM pressure at this point. Juriš doesn't cover Brimus by all that much. He would be pretty much crippled if he called and lost here. And Matuš Čerep is down to something like 7 big blinds, so I think Juriš and Brimus both have to play really tight right now. So calling with king queen I think would be a mistake. $90 big blinds for Petr Ježko, more than double the stack of Alexander Cholier. What a great position for him to win this tournament. And now 5-handed, he really should play hyper aggressive in my opinion. Cholier cannot do anything but fold pretty much, because there are 3 very short stacks and 2 big stacks. Jolier needs to fold and wait out the short stacks. I would even be opening the queen 3 offsuit. But Ishko is still stacking his chips, so he folds. Jolier with ace 10 and Cherub with ace 4 offsuit. He has been carded for a while now, he might be tempted. Obviously, no fault equity here. But ace 4 is probably well ahead Jolier's range. And there's the all-in. 1-4 is out of the deck. Brimus folds his jack 4, so 2 outs for Cherub. Oh, and 1 more 4 is folded. This is terrible news for Cherub. Jolier will obviously be calling. There is no way he's raise folding for 7 big blinds with ace 10. There's the call. Jolier sees the good news. He is ahead and dominating. But what's even better is that 2 4s were folded. So there is only 1 4 left in the deck for Cherub. Now 3 would split the pot. Cherub had some outs. Lots of river straights in this tournament. Let's see if dealer makes it happen again. Nope, he doesn't. 9 of clubs. Matusz Cherub busts out in 5th place. And he will take home very nice payday of €6,500. And obviously, as everybody else on this final table, ticket to Bounty Hunter event, which will take place in 2 weeks in Banco Casino Bratislava. Here are the VPIP stats. Petr Ješko at the top, obviously. So 4 players left. Juriš and Brimus very close by. And then there's big jump. It would be a real surprise if anybody else than Ješko and Jolier would make it to the final heads up. E7 for Brimus. Obviously, any ace pretty strong four-handed. But Brimus will fold. He does have slightly bigger stack than Juriš, so he might want to just protect this small lead and hope that Juriš will go out first. Jump of over €2,000 right now. Petr Ješko up almost 12 million chips from the start of the final table, and as you can see, Irish down almost 5 million. He came in second in chips. But right now, he is just happy to be in after being called in with 5-6 suited against pocket kings. Everything else after that is just a bonus. Raise to 400 from Ishko. I'm surprised to see Schollier even calling here with Queen 10. I would just stay away from Ishko at this point. Certainly out of position. Brimus will join in as well, so we go 3-way to the flop. Top pair for Schollier. Ješko shouldn't be c-betting here, I believe, against two opponents. But he goes for a small bet of 500,000. Schollier will probably be just check calling. Well, it looks like he might want to raise. I understand that his hand kind of needs protection, but I don't know if it's strong enough to check raise here against chip leader. So raise to 900,000 from Schollier. Once again, very small raise. It wasn't even a minimum raise, so it wasn't allowed. Dealer would force him to put in 1 million, but since Ješko folded, it doesn't matter. Pocket aces for Juriš. I would like to see him just defend this shallow. There's not that much of a risk of a suck out. You just have to go for the biggest value. But Juriš goes all in, hoping that Ješko has good enough hand to call. But I think calling is just better. You will pretty much always get at least a c-bet from your opponent, and you give him an option to hit the flop and pay you off fully. And 8 suited in the small blind, 15 big blinds deep. Juriš goes all in, I don't blame him, and Ješko will be calling with ace queen suited. Once again, terrible timing for Juriš with his suited connectors. Ježko covers the same suit as well, but still it's just 60-40, 2 life cards for Juriš. But absolutely terrible flop for him. Ace for Ježko pretty much seals the deal. Backdoor clubs don't do anything for Juriš, obviously, so only backdoor straight or backdoor 2-pair, and this is it. 3 on the turn. Is the final card that we need to see. And Miroslav Juriš, after coming in second in chips, will go home in 4th place, and he will win 8,000 euros for his trouble. Certainly a very nice result. But he was probably hoping for even a better result, coming in second in chips. And Petr Ježko increases his already huge stack. $20 million chips, 11 million for Choliar, and Brimus is just happy to be there. Short stack ninja. He was at the bottom of the pack this entire final table, and here he is, 3-handed, guaranteed at least 10,000 euros, and right now he must feel like he has nothing to lose. He should really open it up and just start pushing in everything remotely good, hoping to double up. Ježko raising to 700,000. Choliar with very nice hand in position, queen 10 suited. But once again, ICM pressure is absolutely massive on him right now. Very good flop for Ježko, open-ended straight draw. He should pretty much always triple barrel this one. Choliar, even with a strong top pair, would have a really hard time calling him down. That's just the nature of the game with the ICM effect. The festival in Banco Casino Bratislava at the end of September. Buy-in of 550 euro, guaranteed 300,000 euro prize pool. Absolutely amazing tournament. And obviously many great promotions for casino games in Banco Casino Bratislava as well. Cash games promotions are pretty awesome as well. I didn't catch what Ježko folded on the button, but I would be opening any 2 in his position. Choliar takes it down with a3 offsuit. Ježko folds his big blind. Brimus moves all in with king queen, and surely might be tempted to call with a6. Obviously not a great ace, but three-handed for 10 big blinds, definitely playable. I think call here is the correct play. And there is the call. Scholier made the call for 2 million, and we might be heads up if the best hand holds up. But king queen on the flop. Amazing flop from Brimus. He's in great shape to double up to 4.6 million. And 5 of hearts on the turn seals the deal. Brimus still the shortest stack, but much better situation for him right now. Queen 10 of suit for Brimus, and pretty easy all in for Ishko. 20 big blinds, blind versus blind, pocket sevens, easy all in, and Brimus cannot call. Pretty fast final table so far, but obviously lots of chips still in play, so we might play 300 and heads up for a long time, but the play started today at 7 o'clock, so in 3.5 hours we lost 6 players. Ješko folding blind versus blind. Brimus still in critical spot, even after the double up, 20 big blinds. 3-handed with the big blind ante. Is still very dangerous spot. Every orbit costs you 500,000, and obviously orbits are very fast, 3-handed. Raise from Ješko, Brimus with queen deuce offsuit. He will defend. He's down to 3 million. No help on the flop for him. Ješko on the other hand with the flush draw. C-bet of 350. Brimus has no way to continue in this hand. And Ješko adds even more chips to his stack. Košice weekend. 10,000 euro guaranteed with a buy-in of 90 euro. 30 grand. And end of July. King 8 offsuit for Chaliar on the button. Luckily for him, Ješko hasn't been bullying him all that much this 3-handed play. So he can open these types of hands, but I would really love to see Ješko 3-bet a lot. Jack 9 of suit, definitely good enough for a call. Check on the flop, both players miss. Jack on the turn, puts Ješko in the lead. Interesting spot. Wow. Ješko limp folds, ace, blind versus blind. I was thinking he might be going for the limp 3-bet. But Schollier clearly not all that much worried about Ježko. It doesn't seem like he started to play any tighter. Three-handed. Interesting spot for Brimus. He might move in, and there it is. All in for 2.8 million with ace-9 offsuit, and Schollier might be calling, in my opinion. There is the edit 400,000 from Ježko, so the pot odds are even better. Obviously Brimus would be going all in here with pretty much any pocket pair. Lots of hands like this, ace-x. I think that king-queen is good enough to call. If Schollier calls and loses, it isn't that terrible for him. He will still be in second place. Still more likely to get heads up than Brimus. And there's the call. And it's complete reversal of the last hand. Those two played together. It was king-queen against ace-6. Now Schollier with the king-queen. Let's see if we can even the score. Well, much better flop for Brimus once again. He is open-ended. No help for Schollier. Six doesn't change anything. Schollier needs king or queen to knock out Brimus. And no help on the river as well. Brimus pulls out another double up, this time to 6.2 million. And he is pretty much even with Schollier. They are both over 30 big blinds, so the game will be much deeper now. Lots more room to play pre-flop. Ace-10 for Brimus. Very good hand, blind versus blind, three-handed. He might be willing to get it all in again. In 30 big blinds, limp shoving is an option. Brimus goes for a raise to 450. I think that's too small. Blind versus blind, he should be raising a little more than that. Ježko calls with king-8. Nobody improves, Brimus still ahead but I think that Ježko might be floating with king high here. Check, check. Great turn for Brimus, top pair, top kicker. Ježko still with nothing, will not continue. Then it's suited on the button, playable hand. I think that Brimus needs to play those kinds of hands. And Ježko with ace-4. Now this is the spot for a 3-bet. I think this one is pretty much mandatory. Ace-4 has great pre-flop strength, but no post-flop playability, so 3-betting it is the best option, obviously. Nice hand by Ježko. It's very important to take these spots as a chip leader. It makes a huge difference. Brimus and Scholli are pretty much even. But Ježko still with almost 2/3 of all the chips in play. In great shape to win this tournament. And now he has pocket jacks. The hand that got him here, sucking out versus pocket aces in the biggest pot of the tournament. He is hoping that he gets it in somehow, but neither Brimus or Scholli can do that for him. But Brimus might defend with suited 9 deuce, but he will fold. But still, things are going as they are supposed to. Ježko slowly chipping away at both opponents, up to 23 million. The dream spot for him is obviously to get heads up with as big of a chip lead as possible. So in some weird way, it's pretty much best for him to keep it 300 as long as possible, because he should just be winning most of the pots. And there he goes, putting on the pressure once again with 10-7 offsuit. Beautiful stuff. Even if Scholli had something like ace-jack here, it would be so tough for him to go all in. That's the beauty of the big stack. Ježko calls with a7. I would probably prefer 3-bet again. Three-way to the flop. All players miss. Let's see if Brimus will try to steal this spot with continuation bet. Looks like he's going for it. Small bet should be enough. He goes a little bigger, 650,000, but either way, he will take the spot down. And he puts some distance between himself and Cholier. Here are the payouts. All three players are guaranteed at least 10,000 euros. Right now there is a pay jump of almost 5,000. And then there is the huge heads-up pay jump to 24,000. Ježko with pocket queens. Beautiful stuff. Must be nice. Let's see if he gets any action. Not from Cholier. What about Brimus? None action at all. Great flop for Igor Brimus. Pair of fives and flush draw. Cholier with pair of fives as well. It isn't out of the realm of possibilities that they might get it in on the flop. But it looks like Cholier will just call. Flush on the turn for Brimus. Let's see if he tries to trap his opponent. I think betting is probably a better option. There will be many hands with some improvement possibilities that might call on the turn, but I don't think ace-5 will be calling. Cholier does fold and he's down to under 4 million. Open shove from Cholier with ace-7. Brimus asking for a count, but It doesn't matter after he looks at it at his hand, not low, obviously will not be calling. Jack do suited for Igor Brimus. He will fold on the button. Ježko might go all in, but probably just a raise. But Schollier does go all in with a good reason. Ace Queen suited. Ježko will Hollywood for a bit, but he will be folding. Blind versus blind, 8-9 offsuit. I would like to see Schollier limping these type of events, but he goes for the raise to 500,000. And Brimus will call with King Deuce. Top pair for Brimus. Open-ended for Schollier, but not a great open-ended. I'm surprised to see Schollier check call here. I think c-betting would be a better option for him. Ace on the turn, terrible card for both of them. Now Schollier's open-ended is completely useless and they will split this spot. Now Brimus should just go all in all of the time. Yeah, there it is. Now Schollier is in a very bad spot because obviously it is possible for Brimus to have a flush and he has to call for his life to split the pot. And Schollier did make the call, so they will split the pot. But even if there is tiny chance that your opponent will fold in these split pot situations, it's pretty much mandatory to go all in. Another walk for Ježko. That's to be expected. Brimus cannot be playing very loose in the small blind against Ježko. He would just get punished all the time. And aggression frequency, as you would expect. Ježko at the top and went to showdown only 7%. That goes along with the aggression frequency, obviously. Biggest VPIP, that's how it should be when you are a chip leader 3-handed. I would like to see those numbers even higher. But obviously no need to get crazy. Ježko is slowly chipping away now with pocket eights. Very strong hand of blind versus blind. I think limp call or limp shove would be a good option. And here we go. Jolier moves in, Ježko quickly calls, and we are very close to the final heads up. Ježko with the best hand. Jolier needs a 3-outer or some diamonds. There's the ace. Looks like we will be playing 3-handed for much longer than anticipated. Very unlucky for Ježko. Two eights still in the deck. King on the river seals the deal. Alexander Jolier doubles up to 10 million. But still no need to worry for Petr Ježko. He is still in great position. It will just take a little bit longer to get heads up. Even after this big suck out, still over half of all the chips in play for Petr Ježko. But now the game is a lot deeper. Jolier up to 50 big blinds. Obviously this suck out hurt Brimus as much as Ježko. He would be heads up. He would have guaranteed almost 15,000 euro. But now he's a short stack, 3-handed, but still lots of room to play with 30 big blinds. Now Ježko just needs to readjust mentally and still play his best poker, and the chips should go his way most of the times. He takes this spot with Queen 6 of suit, and it looks like the end of the level, which means there will be a 15-minute break, and we will be back right after that.
satisfaction, I'm on edge. I can't control my reaction, they around me. And I don't know what's happening, cause I fight back. But they keep on attacking. Get them big guns on me, got them big ones on me. Boys like Tupac clone me, boy I'm like Big's big homie. Boy I'm like two Shaq and Kobe's, four of them dudes can't hold me. Born for this, the Lord of this, I'm Morpheus, I'm just trying to find a road. Let's go. You are now in tune with that bond. I am coming through like a comet. Commas, profit, all in my pocket. That's knowledge, I'm about to come through and make a deposit. You are now in tune with that bond. I am coming through like a comet. Commas, profit, all in my pocket. Somebody stop it, somebody call it.
And we are back. You are still watching Banco Casino Masters. Final table, last three players. We saw Alexander Cholier double up shortly before the break. We are playing blinds 125, 250,000. Igor Brimus now the short stack of the table with 6.2 million. Ishko will call with his Jack 9 of suit, dominated by Cholier. Luckily for him, there is no Jack. Cholier flops a flush draw. That should be enough for him to win this spot with a c-bet. $950,000, and Tieshko has a look in his eyes like he might have some idea to bluff here. Looks like he doesn't want to fold. And it looks like he will go for a check raise. And there it is, 2.3 million is the raise. Once again putting pressure on Cholier. But with the Jack high flush draw, I think he will be calling. For sure. I cannot imagine him folding. He is getting pretty good pot odds. And obviously, there is always the option that his opponent is bluffing. Wow. Cholier folds. Ješko gets the bluff through, and this was pretty crucial spot. If Cholier called there and won the pot, showdown or otherwise, he would be pretty close in chips with Ješko. But now Ješko still keeps his commanding chip lead. He's back up to 19 million. If you like this tournament, you are in luck. There will be another Banco Casino Masters starting 2nd of August. Exactly the same tournament, 100,000 euro guaranteed, 160 euro buy-in. And there is at least 20,000 euro for the winner, but this guaranteed is often exceeded, as it was in this case. Prize pool of 143,000 and 24,000 for the winner. Raise from Brimus. Collier might go all in here, I think. He just calls. Great flop from Brimus, top 2 pair. And Cholier with piece of the flop as well. Will pay him off at least once. Oh, this is so ugly for Cholier. There is no way he doesn't go broke here. Trapes top kicker, but Brimus with the full house. This will surely end with a double up for Igor Brimus. Let's see how he proceeds. 2.3 million in the middle. 5.3 behind. He bets 800,000. Scholier announces all in, he gets quickly called, and he sees the terrible news. He has 3 outs, otherwise he will be down under 10 big blinds. Terrible cooler for Alexander Scholier. Best hand holds. Igor Brimus doubles up to 13 million. Scholier down to 1.7. Amazing run for Igor Brimus. He was the short stack, one of the short stacks pretty much the entire final table. But 3-handed, he was able to double up 3 times. All those times against Alexander Scholier. And now he is in a very good spot to get heads up against Petr Ježko. There are the updated chip counts. Alexander Scholier down to just 6 big blinds. He will have to move in sooner than later. But it looks like we are in for very deep heads-up play. With Brimus up to 50 big blinds. Jack-8 suited for Ježko. Let's see if Scholier will go all in right now. King deuce. He will fold. Brimus defense with his queen 10. Interesting flop. 2 pair for Brimus, open-ended for Ježko. There is the straight for Ježko. Brimus will have to call 1 bet, I think. With his 2 pair, there is certainly possibility that Ježko is bluffing. And there are the 7 outs to make a full house as well. So I think that Brimus has to call this bet. King on the river pairs the board, but not the way Brimus was hoping for. Let's see if Ježko goes for a value bet. It's pretty tough to get called here by Wars. Now Brimus obviously hates this river, but his hand is a pretty great candidate to bluff here. He blocks lots of full houses. King queen, king 10, pocket queens, pocket 10s. So if he wants to get really fancy, he might just go all in here representing a full house. But obviously that would be pretty crazy. Wow, Brimus decided to call. Completely bluff catching. He probably thought that Ježko would bet most of the times with a jack on a flop, so the check back on the flop is what got Petr Ježko paid here. Blind versus blind, both players with the top pair. Ježko with the better kicker, but obviously a very good chance of a split pot here. Ježko decided to raise to 800,000, probably mainly for protection. He adds backdoor flush draw. Let's see if he continues. Check back. And ace on the river will make this a split pot. I don't think any of these players have any reason to bet here. Jack 9 offsuit, good enough to push all in. And Alexander Cholier, unfortunately, with 6 deuce offsuit, cannot call. He's down to 4.5 big blinds. He needs at least 2 double ups to be back in the game. Ježko should be opening pretty much any 2 on the button at this point. Brimus should be playing really tight until Cholier moves in. Cholier does move in and he has the best hand, and we saw that Brimus folded 1-4, so Cholier in a good spot to double up. No help for Ješko. Two backdoors though. There is one of those backdoors. Open-ended straight draw now. But queen is no help. Alexander Cholier doubles up to 2.8 million. But still, just 11 big blinds. He needs to double up again very soon. Because 3-handed with big blind ante, the chips just disappear if you don't play. But this is a very good start. And very nice hand for Cholier right after the double up. He will definitely be moving call in here. And he will take down the blinds and antes. Very crucial for him at this point to get hands. At least some sort of a hand to move in. And he needs to take all the spots that are given to him by the dealer. Because otherwise he will just get blinded out. Pocket sixes for Igor Brimus. I would like to see Ješko 3-bet here with king 4. King blocker I think is good enough to 3-bet in this ICM situation. Pocket tens for Cholier. He definitely hopes for a call here. Let's see what Brimus has. Queen deuce. He will not be calling. Oh, Cholier just min-raised, trying to get Brimus to play. Cholier picking up some good hands. That's exactly what he needs to get back in the game. Brimus should just fold here, in my opinion, to not get in any trouble versus Ježko. Now Ježko with pocket eights will certainly be playing back. Let's see if he 3-bets or just calls. Bet to 1.5 million. And that will be all for Brimus. He has to fold. Ježko with an ace will obviously be going all in. And Cholier, king 6 suited, he might call, and he does. All in on the call. Ježko with the best hand, but not by much. No help for Cholier. Couple of backdoors. None of those backdoors will play, so Ježko still with the best hand, only king or a 6 can save Cholier. 8 of diamonds eliminates Alexander Cholier in 3rd place. Chip leader at the final table pretty much for the entire time. Will take home 10,000 euro for his efforts for 3rd place, and we will have all Slovakian heads up at Banco Casino Masters. Petr Ježko versus Igor Brimus. And Ježko will be pretty much 2-1 chip leader, I believe. It looks like players will take a short break, so we can get ready for the heads-up action. We will be back shortly.
satisfaction, I'm on edge. I can't control my reaction, they around me. And I don't know what's happening, cause I fight back. But they keep on attacking. Get them big guns on me, got them big ones on me. Boys like Tupac clone me, boy I'm like Big's big homie. Boy I'm like two Shaq and Kobe's, four of them dudes can't hold me. Born for this, the Lord of this, I'm Morpheus, I'm just trying to find a road. Let's go. You are now in tune with that bomb. I am coming through like a comet. Commas, profit, all in my pocket. That's knowledge, I'm about to come through and make a deposit. You are now in tune with that bomb. I am coming through like a comet. Commas, profit, all in my pocket. Somebody stop it, somebody call the department, cause
And we are back. We are heads up at Banco Casino Masters in Banco Casino Bratislava. And it's Petr Ješko versus Igor Brimus. Petr Ješko almost 3-1. Chip leader going into the heads up. Blinds are still 100,000, 250,000. And there is still big blind ante of 250,000 even heads up. And this heads up is for 9,000 euro. Second place is almost 15,000 euro. First place is almost 24. So lots to play for. This is the 25th edition of Banco Casino Masters, and 26th edition will be played at Banco Casino Bratislava starting 2nd of August. So a little more than a month from now you will have a chance to play this exact tournament with buy-in of €170 and guaranteed of €100,000. Brimus defends with King 5 offsuit, dominating Eško. No help for neither player. Let's see if Eško continues on this flop. He will not. Queen on the turn. I think that Brimus should just try to check it down. He has a showdown value with his king high. Deuce on the river changes nothing, and it's probably too late to start bluffing for Eško. But he will try. I think he might get called by king high here. Bet is 600,000. Let's see if Brimus can hero call. He will. Nice call by Brimus. And he takes down pot worth 2.8 million. Closing the gap by a little bit. King high again for Brimus. Eško with Jack 5 suited will certainly be playing. Once again, both players miss the flop, but Brimus should win this one as the original raiser. Ace high flop favors him heavily in general. So he will bet and he will take it down. Good start from Brimus in this heads-up match. He won pretty much all the hands so far. But Eško still with 2-1 chip lead. It looks like Brimus will go for a 3-bet here. King 10, a very strong hand heads up obviously. Eško quickly folds. So another hand for Brimus, slowly closing the gap. Still no big pots in this heads up. Volk with Jack 7 offsuit, very tight fold. It looked like Brimus just wanted to take a break one hand, because Jack 7 offsuit is very much a playable hand on the button heads up. E8 for Ježko. Not a bad hand on the button. Raise to 650. And Primus will fold. There was no official deal made as far as I know in this heads up, so the players are playing for the entire amount, which is almost 10,000 euro, around 9,000 to be more exact. That's the difference between first and second place. And there is also a trophy for the Banco Casino Masters champion. Ace-5 suited for Primus and pocket ace for Ježko. This might be interesting. I think Ježko should go for a 3-bet call here. And Primus might oblige. Both very strong hands as up. Ježko 3-bets to 1.6, and I wouldn't be surprised to hear all in from Primus. He will certainly not be folding, I believe. He can call, ace-5 suited. In position. It's very much playable post-flop. He does call. I think he would be more likely to go all in with ace-5 offsuit than suited, because of the post-flop playability added by the suited component. And this is amazing flop for Primus. Not flush draw. Ježko with only 2 overcards that are not very likely for his opponent to have. I think he will check call once. And we will have first big confrontation in this heads-up match. Oh, Ježko folds right away. He knew that it would be very hard to get to showdown with his pocket eight, so he chose to fold right away, and Primus wins very nice spot. Once again, closing the gap on Ježko. Let's see how much he has now. It will be something around 14-15 million. Volk with pocket aces for Primus. That's just too cruel. Ježko looks very patient. He doesn't seem bothered at all by the bad start to this heads-up play. Still playing his game. Series of walks. Nothing exciting happening. Let's see if dealer can help with that. The structure is always very good for the players in Banco Casino Masters. As you can see, lots of chips in play. There is the trophy. That's also up for grabs to go along with the 24,000 euros. Raise from Ješko. Brimus will be calling with suited 10-6. Pair of kings for Ješko. He checks it back. No help for Brimus. Ješko will win this spot. He improves to second pair. He should certainly try to value bet. Suited connectors for Brimus. Ješko dominating with Jack 8. There's the 8 for both players. Five pairs the board, making this a split pot. Jack kicker no longer plays. Brimus will go for second barrel. Pretty thin value. Mostly trying to protect his hand against some draws. Trying to get cheap showdown. Ješko will call. Ace on the river changes nothing. Maybe Brimus might turn his 8 into a bluff. No, he will check. They will chop it up. $50 big blinds deep. Heads up, you don't see that every day in tournament poker. Usually at this point it's 10 to 15 big blinds deep. And it's an all-in festival. But certainly lots of room to play, and both players celebrate with a glass of champagne. That's nice to see. Obviously, both will be going home very happy about this tournament. Pair of sixes for Brimus. Puts him in the lead, and Ježko will probably fold. Not much going on for him. Suited connectors on the button. Ježko will raise to 650. Let's see if Brimus plays Queen 3 of suit. Complete miss for both players, but Ježko might represent the ace as original raiser. And that will be enough to take this pot down. Both players with piece of this flop. Ježko with the worst hand. Brimus continues for 500,000. And Brimus improves to second pair. Let's see if he gets any more value from his hand. I think Ježko might call another bet. $1.3 million is the bet. King is certainly a card that Brimus might be bluffing on. And it looks like Ježko announced raise. Wow, that's very interesting. Raise to 3 million. And Brimus quickly announces all in. Ježko did not want to see that. And this might be breaking point in this heads up. Brimus up to 15 million. Very close to being even. Brimus re-raising with his ace-9 suited. And Teshko folds. I thought he might want to see a flop with this kind of hand. Momentum certainly on side of Brimus. This setup is going great for him. He started with under 9 million. He's up to almost 16 million now. Without any big pots, he's just slowly chipping up. He's 9 suited now for Yeshko. Let's see if he goes for a 3-bet as well. No, he just calls. And once again, Brimus with the best of it on the flop. Yeshko might call once with ace high. I think he should on this board texture. Three of hearts completes flush draw from flop. Brimus checks it back, improves 2 trips on the river. And now he will try to get some value. I don't think Yeshko will be calling with ace high. King isn't a great card for bluffing, so Yeshko wisely decides to fold. And we are dead even. I'm surprised to see Primus check back on this flop, which heavily favors him as original raiser. He did have two backdoors as well. Now he will bluff on the river. Ježko might call. Oh. Ježko folded his queen high. And it looks like Igor Primus is chip leader for the first time on this entire final table. Top pair and got shot for Primus. Ježko continues for 800,000. Primus decided to check raise and Ježko quickly folds. Primus now up to 19 million. Got shot straight draw for both players. Ježko with the best hand with king high. He will definitely be calling. He has the king of diamonds as well. Looks like he might want to check raise. Yeah, check raise to 1.8 million and Primus will probably fold. I don't think his gut shot is strong enough to float, and he does fold. So Ježko finally wins the pot. Jack 10 suited on the button. Ježko will raise. And Primus looks like he wants to fold with his queen 4, but I think he should play. He does fold. Ježko dominated by ace-9 of Brimus. Brimus hits the top pair, Ježko completely misses. Ace on the button for Petr Ježko. He just limps. Blinds up to 150 and 300,000. Brimus hits middle pair and a gut shot. And he will lead for one big blind. Ježko with gut shot and ace high should be calling. Seven pairs, decreasing the likelihood that Ježko has the 7, so Brimus will feel pretty confident with his pair of 6s. And he will bet again. And Ježko will fold his ace high. Pocket sevens for Igor Brimus. Let's see if he goes for the re-raise. Looks like he will. And Tyško quickly folds. Ježko bets his gut shot and wins this spot. No big confrontations for a long time. Just back and forth, small pots. This might be interesting. Brimus flops a flush. Ježko with pair of jacks and higher flush draw. Both players must be pretty happy about this flop. Bet and recall. Six on the turn. Brimus will be betting probably over half of the pot, I believe. He goes for 2 million, it looks like. This might be very important pot for this heads-up match. Ježko will definitely not be folding. He has a showdown value with his pair of jacks and obviously second nut flush draw. Biggest pot so far. Oh, this is brutal. Ježko improves to trip jacks. But he is still not good enough. Brimus will get paid here. Let's see how much he bets. It looks like Ježko is considering leading on this river. Whatever he bets, Primus will go all in, I think. Obviously, he doesn't love the jack, but still, his flush is so strong. Ježko bet 3 million into a pot of 7.6. I think that Primus will go all in. No, he just calls. But either way, Igor Primus wins the biggest pot of this heads-up match, and he takes commanding chip lead. Pretty much exactly where this heads-up started, but in reverse. 3-1 chip lead for Igor Primus. Very unlucky hand for Petr Ježko. Jack was pretty much the only river he would lose any more chips. Maybe on a queen as well. But here we are. 25 million for Igor. And Petr Ježko must be really frustrated. He is running terribly in this heads up. I don't think he made any mistakes, but it's just the way it is. And the frustration is visible on him. I don't blame him. But still, lots of room to play. He has almost 30 big blinds. And it's certainly possible to turn this heads up around for him. But right now he feels like he is not able to win any hands. And he's just destined to lose. Premium hand for Igor Brimus, ace jack on the button. Let's see if Ježko has something as well. Queen 3 offsuit. He will defend. Pair top kicker for Brimus. That's just the way this setup has been going. Ježko missing all the flops. And once again, Jack folds. This is what we are playing for. Almost 24,000 for the winner. Ježko down to 7 million, which puts him in the territory of 3-bet shoving, maybe even open shoving. The big blind ante in heads up effectively increases the stakes a lot. He limps in with Jack 9 suited. Flops a Jack, and that will be the end of this hand. It's certainly a good decision for him, for Ježko, to start limping more on a small blind with his stack. Brimus with a7 suited. And Ježko with Queen 8 suited. Two very playable hands. Once again, great flop for Brimus. Pair of 7 and not flush draw. Ježko with a gut shot. He will call bet of 600,000. And this is just cruel for Petr Ježko. This might be over. Not flush for Igor Brimus, and Petr Ježko hits his straight. I don't think he can get away from this one. 3 million already in the middle. Ježko has 6 million behind. I think it's not possible for him to fold this hand. He leads for 1.1 million. Brimus will probably just wrap. Only way that can save Petr Ježko is if another spade comes or if the board pairs maybe. Okay, Queen of Spades should save Petr Ježko his last 5 million. At least some good thing happened to him, because otherwise this would be over. Petr is very frustrated, but he has no idea how lucky he got on this river. But either way, Brimus now in very big lead, 6-1. Petr Ježko under 20 big blinds. Ježko pushes all in with his 8-9 suited. Brimus will not be calling with 9-10 suited. Nine-10 suited, obviously a beautiful hand, but not for pre-flop all in. Brimus does fold. Ježko gets some much needed chips, but still under 20 big blinds. Top pair for Brimus, he will lead. Maybe if he checked, he would get at least one bet from his opponent. Pocket sixes for Igor Brimus, he will probably go all in. He raises to 800,000, I'm pretty surprised about that. Really no reason to invite Ježko to see a flop with pocket sixes, I would just push it in. Now Ježko with top pair. And Brimus bets 1 million, Ježko will go all in, obviously. Brimus considering a call, and he will call, wow. I did not expect him to call. Better Ježko might get back into this heads up. 11 million in the middle. And Igor Brimus has only 2 outs. Oh, This is just brutal. 2-outer on the river ends this tournament. Igor Brimus is the champion of Banco Casino Masters 25th edition. He will take home 24,000 euro, that beautiful trophy. Wow, incredible stuff. Very unlucky for Petr Ješko in the heads up, but he had his fair share of luck during the final table. The jacks against aces. He won on the river for a huge pot, so obviously he cannot be too sad with second place, and he will take home 15,000 euro for his trouble. So both players with amazing payday at Banco Casino Bratislava. Thank you for watching and see you next time. Hopefully again in Banco Casino Bratislava. Just a reminder, another edition of Banco Casino Masters starts 2nd of August, running until 9th of August. This exact tournament will be played again in Banco Casino Bratislava. Until next time, thank you for watching. Good night.